All right, everybody. Hello. Happy Thursday evening. Some of you, it might be morning, it might be afternoon. It's good to be talking to you all. Today is going to be a really great day. We're going to be streaming on a lot of channels. We're streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and I even got Instagram over here. So all of my Instagram followers, hello. Hey, nice to see you, Herluck. Nice to see you, Rodrigo. It's good to see all of you and good to be talking to you today. Today we're going to have a really cool class, really good little lesson, good intro to computer science for anybody who's a beginner out there who's ever wanted to do or learn computer science. This is your chance, all right? It's a really great class. I hope you really enjoy it because today we're going to be building a really great app. So let's get started and move through. So the key thing that we're going to be doing here is we're going to learn by doing. I'm going to get you started a lot. I'll give you some challenges. And if you need any help along the way, please let me know in the chats, either if you're in Facebook, if you're in YouTube, if you're in Twitch, if you're in Instagram, go ahead and let me know if you need anything at all, and I will be there to help you out. I hope you got a chance to do the icebreaker. We had Flappy Bird. You were coding Flappy Bird. It's actually a pretty great little introduction to coding. Teaches you a lot about logical sequencing, and you get to make your own custom Flappy Bird game, so who doesn't like that? So some of you might be thinking, what do you need for this? Well, you're gonna need a computer with internet access. Internet access is super important for this one, and computer too. You're gonna need a smartphone. It could either be an Android smartphone or an iPhone. I've got another iPhone right here that I'm gonna be using to do the coding part of this. But don't worry, don't freak out. It's gonna be pretty simple. We'll get started pretty quickly too. You're gonna want something to take notes with. Just a good idea. Studies show if you actually write things down, you're gonna remember them better. So I highly recommend if you have a notebook or if you have a Google Doc or a Word doc up, yeah, take some notes. It's a good idea. And water. I've got my water right here. Water is extremely important. Why? Well, we're going to be using a lot of brain power, and your body needs that water to do that brain power. So please, if you're out there, make sure you get a glass of water. And welcome. I'm super excited you're here because it means that you want to learn some coding. And you might want to be a computer programmer, or you might want to get a more technical job in your future. And you're in the right place because this is completely designed for beginners. So we're going to be learning the fundamentals of programming and build iPhone and Android apps. And like I said, all you need is a computer, internet access, and a smartphone, so you're in the right place. So what are we going to do and learn today? Well, we're going to talk about what is computer science. I'm going to show you a quick little video. Then we're going to play a quick Kahoot for anybody out there who's ever played Kahoot before. Then we're going to go over the basics of programming with a fun Blockly maze game. We're going to play the game, we're going to go over the major concepts, and I'm going to give you a 5-minute stretch break. Shout out to my old student, Karina Louie, saying hello in the chat. And then after that, I'm going to introduce Thunkable, and then we're going to talk about what can you build with Thunkable, the free versus paid version, and then we're going to build a really cool app called the Cat app. Simple Glow. I'm not sure who you are, but good to see you. And what are we going to do after this class? Like how do you keep going? Well, option one is if you really like this, you can continue it on your own. You can go to LibreTeacher.com. You'll see me over there on your screen, and I'll be doing the same thing. And the first course is completely free, so you can just jump on in. You can actually skip the first 3 lessons and go ahead and start at understanding Thunkable UI. Option 2 is you like this, but you don't think you could do it by yourself. That's totally okay. So because of that, I offer private lessons, and if you start your own group and you want me to teach a group, I have a group discount available as well. And you can find all that at LibreTeacher.com/services. And option 3 is you're like, this was fun, but I think I can go more advanced. There's a bunch of really great online coding courses. Code.org has a great one on JavaScript. Code Academy has another great one on Python. So yeah, go ahead and check out the internet. There's tons and tons of coding classes out there for free. And option 4, this is fun, but I realize I don't like coding. That is totally okay. No problem. Feel free to share this with a friend. So let's get into this. What is computer science? We got Dylan Tran out there. Hey Dylan, it makes me very happy. I got some of my old students out in the chat saying hello. Hello everybody. So what is computer science? How do we start this off? Well, I've got a great video from TechBreak by Facebook that's going to kind of answer that. And the key thing here is to think about what is computer science as we watch the video. And then after we watch the video, there's going to be a short quiz with Kahoot to make sure you know what is important. All right, and then we'll play a coding game after this. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to just play the video right on here. And after that, we'll play a game. Here we go. Sorry everybody for a technical difficulty. Looks like my sound is off. Let's go bring the sound on so that you can actually hear this video. Sorry about this little technical difficulty here.
Computer science is the art of teaching a computer what to do. I'll start with something similar. Like a screwdriver is a tool that is made to kind of turn screws, and on its own it's useless. You have to take it in your hand and kind of turn it to make something happen.
A computer actually learns a set of instructions and actually transform that into a way of showing a movie or playing an audio file or delivering Facebook. And that whole study of how the computer thinks is computer science.
It's code, and so code is a bunch of symbols and letters, but it's really more like a language.
I got here from Puerto Rico, and I didn't know English, so I had to spend a lot of time trying to perfect my English. Programmers do the same thing. They learn new languages to do new things. They are inputting this language and these instructions into the computer so the computer can do what they want them to do.
Growing up, I was one of the very few people who had access to a computer around me. And I remember being bored one day and I picked up this book that was near the computer that said basic programming. And they had this really simple getting started, a hello world program that you could write in BASIC. And I remember writing it and recognizing that, wait, hold on, I just put this thing in and taught this computer how to do that, and it came back out. And I had my brother come in and use it. And he's like, oh man, you made the computer say hello? It's like, yeah, I did. Isn't that cool?
In our everyday lives, you speak language and you use that to communicate and instruct when you're around people. Similarly, a programming language is exactly the same thing. It's just a language that you'd use to talk to the computer.
And think about the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning. Let's say it's an alarm clock. There are instructions that somebody put into that alarm clock to teach it how to tell time, how to respond to you hitting the snooze button. You're walking out the house and you jump in your car and you start it. There are lots of computers in there figuring out how to turn the engine the very first time, how much gas to put in. This set of instructions that people have put into all these little devices you've used throughout your day just made your day that much easier to get through.
You want directions, or You're dialing a phone number, you're actually interacting with a computer to solve the problem at hand. That's computer science and programming right there, every day, in your hand.
Programming and computer science is one of the best ways to have impact in the world. There is no other career, no other field where you can touch so many people's lives with just a simple software or a simple app. And it's specifically also important for diverse communities to be involved because of the fact that computers are everywhere, programming is everywhere, and we want an equal representation when we are building programs.
We need people who have a broad range of perspectives to find different solutions.
Creating products for the people, you need to be the people. And if we hope to have products out there that really serve our needs, we need to be involved. Programming, learning computer science, and being part of the creation process of this new wave of innovation.
All right, so let's play a little game now. And my students who are going off in the comments on YouTube, they know this game very well. So what you're gonna do is go to the website kahoot.it. Yes, kahoot.it. You're not gonna put .com, just kahoot.it. And then you're gonna put in this code that will appear right here. So the code is 597591. You can go ahead and jump on in to the Kahoot. I remember you, Caitlin Wu. How you doing? All right, hopefully we can get some students in here. So you're gonna go to kahoot.it. It's gonna ask you for a code. The code is 5975911. Hopefully we can get some players in here. Don't be shy, jump on in. We got Caitlin. We got the Christian Lieber. Let's see who else we got into this little game. We've got Karina. Let's see if we can get one more person. We'll give it another 30 seconds or so, and then we'll just play with 3 people if we have to. Alrighty. Looks like we'll play with 3. That's quite alright. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we go. What is computer science? Is it the art of teaching a computer what to do, knowing every single keyboard shortcut, using a microscope to look inside of a computer, or tearing apart computers and putting them back? And the answer, the art of teaching a computer what to do. Yes, because all we're really doing is giving computers instructions. So very good, yeah. It's the art of how do we tell a computer what to do. How does a computer do what it does? Is it magic? Are there little ants inside of the box and they're doing all the real hard work? Are computers given a set of instructions and they follow those instructions, or computers are afraid of people? That is why when we bump them, they start to work. Alrighty, nice job over there. Looks like Karina is still in the lead. Another way to think of programming or coding is as making sure the computer is afraid of you, casting a spell on a computer, giving instructions to a computer to follow, or making sure the computer is afraid of you. What do you think? The answer, yes, giving instructions to a computer to follow. Nice. Kate, we got Karina in the lead, but Caitlin's on fire. The last one, computer science helps us solve problems, everyday problems fast, reduce the amount of steps we need to take to complete actions in a day, impact the work, or all of the above. The answer is yes, all of the above. Computer science helps us do all of these things. And the winner is Brain Librarian. Oh no, that's third. Second is Caitlin. And first, Karina. Wow, that was a lot of build up there. Well, nice job, Karina. Good work. Alrighty, let's get moving here. So, the next thing we're going to be doing is, let's play a game. We're going to be playing a really cool game. It's called Blockly Maze. And to start things off, I kind of wanted to give you a quick demo before I have you head over to that site. So let me show you what this looks like. And I'm just going to put it in an incognito window so that the answers don't show up, because I've done this before. So the point of this game is to get your little character right here to get to the other end of the screen. And let me zoom this in a little bit more for the people out there. All right, so we want to get this character to the little end point here in the screen. Now, to do that, we give the little character instructions, right? Just like we're coding. And if I hit, hey, run program right now, it'll move the character forward. But that wasn't enough, so I have to stack these blocks together. And if I run it now, it'll work. I just wanted to show you 3 other levels because they're going to change some of the blocks. So the next level I want to show you is in level 3. So in level 3, we get a new block. This block is called the repeat until block, right? And this block allows us to repeat something until we get to the end. And now we have a limit on how many blocks we're allowed to use. For example, right now, if I just run the program, it will only go 1. But if I put this move forward block inside of the repeat until block, it will repeat whatever's inside of this green block until we get to the end. So if I hit run program now, it will continue going until the end, right? If I instead decided, hey, you know what, I just want to make my person, spin around in a circle the whole time, yeah, you could do that too. Right, the next one I wanted to show you is at level 6. There's another block that's kind of challenging, right? This block is the if block, all right? So for the if block, the way this thing works is it is like a sensor. It says, hey, if there's a path to the left, what do you want me to do? Or you can even change it with this drop-down menu and say, if there's a path to the right, what do you want me to do? Or if there's a path ahead, what do you want me to do? Right? And then you could say, hey, do this. So for example, I can say, hey, if there's a path ahead, I could say move forward, right? And if I run this, it'll check it once and you see the little like Wi-Fi signal coming out. Yeah, so that is essentially it checking, right? So it'll check to move forward. Now I can put all of this inside of a repeat until, all right? Just keep that in mind, all right? That's not the right answer. It will get to the end and keep up, and it won't move forward anymore because there's no path ahead. So you'll have to check if there's something to the left or to the right or whatnot. And the last one I wanted to show you is level 9. One of the most challenging, not as challenging as level 10, but here we have an if-else statement. Now the if-else statement is very similar to the if statement, except for it's got an else. So what does that mean? Well, you could say, hey, if there's a path to the left, turn left. If there isn't a path to the left, I want you to do something else. And you can put another if statement inside of here. So you can say, hey, if there isn't a path to the left, and if then check this. Is there a path to the right? Then check this. And you could say, if there's just a path ahead, right, then you can tell to go ahead. And all of this, again, you can put it inside a repeat until. This is not the right answer, but I'm just kind of trying to show you how this works. Now I'd like you to start at level 1 and try to get to level 10. If you're like, how do I get to this? That's a good question. The answer is you can either Google Blockly Maze, which is the name of this, or you can go to yellkey.com/sister, or it's also found inside of the details in YouTube and in Facebook, the description, it's in there. All right, so it's called Blockly Maze. You can Google it. All right, give it a try, give it a shot. And while you're giving it a shot, I'm going to be giving it a shot over here too. I'm going to be starting out in level 1, and I'm going to go really slow. So if you need any help at all, please let me know in the chat. We've got a lot of messages here. People are asking me if I have a green screen. They're like, yes. Is this like Scratch? People want us to buy them pizza. Nice. Well, people are excited. That's good. Alrighty, y'all. Try to play this game. It's at Blockly Maze, or blockly.game/maze, or you can just Google Blockly Maze. And I'm going to start playing along here. And I'll put a little bit of background music in the meantime too. Please let me know in the chat if you need anything here at all. Nice. We got Caitlin on level 2. Karina asking for a pizza. All right, let's see what's up with level 2. So move forward. I'm gonna turn left. Maybe here I want to move forward, and then I want to turn right, and then move forward. Okay. All right, cool. So now level 3 is pretty simple. Like I said, I'm just going to move forward and repeat until. So let's go to level 3 here. All right, if you're out there playing this, let me know where you're at. How are things going? All right, so I'm going to try to do this little squiggle thing where I go straight, left, straight, right, left, straight, right. So I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to go, hey, forward, left, forward, right. Yay, I'm climbing. Oh, but it's not going anymore. Oh, I can just put more forwards, right? This is not enough blocks, is it? So if I need to use less blocks, I need to think, well, this is forward, left, forward, right, forward, then it would go left, forward, right, then forward, left, then forward, right. So I can remove this one, and I can put a repeat until inside. Here? No. Everything inside the repeat until. Because then it'll move forward, it'll turn left, it'll move forward, it'll turn right, and then it'll move forward, and then it'll turn left. We call this a loop. Hey, Ranveer! I hope I said that right, Ranveer. All right, let's see if I can give this a shot. Okay, all right. If you're just jumping in, we are at Blockly Maze. You can Google it, Blockly Maze, and we're playing a little maze game to understand computer science. Caitlin Wu asking if I can get a dog. I can get a dog, but will I get a dog? Probably not right now. Oh, by the way, if you'd like to change things up and make things a little classier, you can, or different, you can change this and you could change your character. So you could be a space person or you can be a panda. And I think panda is a fitting choice for this, because why not? So 4 blocks. I need to move forward, turn left, and then move forward a bunch of times. Okay, I think I can do that. Move forward, turn left, and then just move forward, right? That should do it. Oh, I'm missing some stuff on this one. Let's see if I can break this down. So I need to move forward, turn left, and then I need to move forward. I just need to keep moving forward after that. So if I put everything under the repeat until, is this going to work? Let's see. And yeah, my panda just fell off the bamboo. That was intense. Okay, so let's try this again. So I need to move forward, turn left, and I need to just move forward a bunch of times. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. And I wanna move forward a bunch of times, right? So I'm gonna just plug this in here. And now I should be able to move forward, turn left, and repeat this whole move forward. All right. Oh, we got some people on level 4 already. Nice. And please, please, please let me know. Let me know if you need any help at all. If you're stuck on a level, let me know. And I'll jump in and see if I can help out. Alrighty. Wow, Restream is congratulating me. I've received 100 messages with Restream today. Shout out to all my old students. Thanks for sending a lot of messages. And shout out to Specto Entertainment, my boy Jacob Eisenberg out there. Good to see you in here. So we are on this next level. This next level is totally next level stuff because we're adding a new block, the if block. It's kind of intense. But you know, I think I should just repeat until and have this puppy move forward the whole time, because why not, right? But what you'll see this does is my poor panda falls off the bamboo again, which we don't want. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? Repeat until, and we'll say, if there's a path ahead, we're gonna say move forward. And we move forward, and yeah, we are just shooting out Wi-Fi, and that's not really doing anything. Okay, so now I have to say, all right, well, if there's a path ahead, move forward. I can say, well, if there's a path to the left, move left, right? I mean, that makes sense. So now we got this program going. If there's a path ahead, move forward. If there's a path to the left, move left. So it's checking. It's constantly checking, though. Okay, you see how it's checking? It's saying, okay, it's cool. It looks like we're getting pretty close here. How are people out there doing? Good morning, Miss Tam. Alrighty. Sweet. So we've just kind of completed this. All right, and now we're going on to the next level, level 7, where things get a little bit more challenging. So I can say, I mean, the last stuff worked so well, right? I just said if there's a path ahead, move forward. If there's a path to the left, move left. If there's a path to the right, move right. You know, I got Rekindle Flames out here, hey, on Instagram. That's awesome. All right, so I'm just gonna follow that same logic. If there's a path to the right or to ahead, I want it to move forward. I want to say if there's a path to the left, go left, right? Let's see if this works. Oh, and I gotta make that all under a repeat until, right? Or if not, it won't move. Let's see what this does. So it goes. Turns left, and now we're stuck. So maybe left wasn't what I need to do. Well, let's break this down. If I was this panda and I'm walking forward and I'm trying to get here, well, I would turn right, right? So maybe I should make this left be to the right. Let's see what's gonna happen next. I keep going, I don't wanna turn, so let's keep going. I wanna turn right again. Keep going, and here I wanna turn right again. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna hit run program here. Yes, dogs, cats, this is code.org. It's a great way to start for people. A lot of people out there are super beginners. They don't want to look at lines on a screen. They want to look at graphics, but that's why, yeah. We're actually using a Blockly maze, which is developed by Google for the Hour of Code originally. But good question, Grapeson. All right. So now what we got to do is level 8. Level 8, again, is a little challenging, but, you know, I'm going to say, hey, if there's a path ahead, move forward, right? Why stop it? And then I could also say, because this is going to go left here, right? And then he's going to go left here, and then he's going to go right here, and then right, and then right, and then left, and then right. So that's my goal here. If you're just jumping in with us right now, you can go ahead and head over to Blockly Maze. It's you just Google it, Blockly Maze, and you'll find this, and you can play this. Level 9 and actually level 10 is really challenging. I was with a bunch of developers, and only one of them was able to solve it. So level 10 is super challenging. So if you're ahead of me, keep going. I'm going. I'm taking my time here, but feel free to move on if you're ahead of me. But I'm going to say, okay, if there's a path ahead, I want it to go ahead, right? And I'm going to kind of follow the logic that I follow in life. If there's a path in front of me, go follow that path. If there's a path to the left, hey, at least there's a path there. We might as well turn left. You know what? And if there's a path to the right, let's also go right. Now, the last thing I want to do is I want to repeat all this. Because if I just do this once, it'll say, yeah, there's a path to the ahead, there's no path to the left, there's no path to the right, and my character will be stuck all the way over here. So let's do this. Let's do this all inside of a repeat until. And I'm thinking about it now. He's walking on bamboo. Bamboo should be at the end, right? Just don't pandas eat bamboo? All right. Anyways, let's try this out. All right, we're moving right, and looks like this is it's just checking every time. It's not super efficient, this program. I wouldn't call it efficient, but yeah, it'll just check and make sure there's no path, and if there's a path, then it'll take it. And yeah, there's a path. It's checking both sides, so anyways. And boom, we are on level 9. Now, if you're just joining us, no worries. I'm taking my time with level 9, so feel free to just start right at the beginning. But we're working here, and this time there's that if-else block. So that's a block that says, hey, if there's a path ahead, do something. But if there isn't that path, then do this other area. So let's see if we can figure it out. So if I was this character, the first thing I'm going to think is it needs to go straight and then turn left, right? So let's just do that, straight and turn left. So if we ran this, we end up right here. Perfect. So then after that, I needed to go and do a lot of stuff, right? It needs to go straight, and it needs to turn left, and then it needs to turn right, and then it needs to turn left. I mean, I could say, hey, go forward 1, 2, 3, and then turn left, and then forward the rest of the way. So there's a lot of ways to solve this. So feel free to use any kind of way that you want to solve it. I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? Let's try what we did last time. So I'm gonna say is, hey, if there's a path to the left, I want it to go left. If there isn't a path to the left, if else, I wanted to check, hey, is there a path to the right? No path to the left. Is there a path to the right? Right. And then if there is a path to the right, I want it to go right. And then the last thing I want to do is it'll just go forward other than that. Let's see if this works. Let's run this straight. Oh yeah, so that just fell off. That didn't work. So let's try this again. If there's a path to the left, turn left. If there's a path to the right, turn right. I can change this and say if else here inside of that. So I can get rid of these blocks. And I can say, all right, if else, I'm going to say, okay, if there's a path to the, I had this all mixed up. If path to the left, to the left. If there's a path to the right, turn right. And if else, that means there's no path to the left, no path to the right. I want it to move forward. And I have one block left. I want it to move forward twice. Why not? Actually, that won't work. Once will be fine. Let's see if this works. And yeah, so if there's a path, it'll take it, and it'll take it too far. Oh no, we are stuck in this, what we call an infinite loop, which is a toughie here. So let's try this again. So if I was going to do this all over again, I would say, all right, first move forward, then turn left. Then I'm going to say, all right, first move forward, turn left. I'm going to say, all right, if there's a path ahead of me, I want it to go straight twice. and I'm gonna have it just repeat that. And if there isn't a path ahead of me, well, there's only one option that I really care about, is if there's a path to the left. So let's see if this works. Now, mind you, I am just playing around here. I've actually done this a couple times. So if you're like, what's going on? Why is he just, murdering this panda all the time? That's not my intention here. Showing you there's a bunch of different ways to solve these. So let's see what's going on here. I got rid of one of my lefts. And here we go. Here we go. And it looks like we got it. It's really fast. Pretty efficient, that one. So the last one is level 10. Now this one is super complicated. It can be really tough. Like I said, I had some developers try it and they were getting stumped by it too. So do your best with this one. It's totally okay if you don't figure this one out. We're only going to be doing this for about nine or so minutes, and then we'll go ahead and start building some apps. But this is a really good way to start things off because it shows you a lot of things. I'm going to go over what it shows you. So if you're jumping in with us right now, we are playing this game. It is on... it's a really great game. It's called Blockly Maze. It teaches you the fundamentals of coding. All right, so it's a pretty cool game. We're on level 10. It's the hardest level, definitely, of this game. But if you're out there, please give it a shot. It's pretty challenging. But the way it works, I believe, is like this. I'm going to need to say, hey, repeat. I'm going to say, if there's a path ahead, I want it to move forward. Once will take me here. Twice will bring me here. Let's just do twice. And then I want to say, all right, turn left, if there's a left, right? So I can say, okay, if there's a path to the left, turn left. So let's just do this and see what it spits out, if I can put it all in the right spot. Okay, let's see what happens. So it's going to move forward twice. It's going to turn left. It's going to move forward twice. It's going to turn left. It's going to move forward twice. And now it won't know what to do. Again, we call this the infinite loop, right? So what we need to do here is say, hey, not only turn left, but hey, if there's a path to the left, we want to say turn left. If there isn't a path to the left, we want to say, hey, is there a path to the right? Turn right. So if we run this, we'll see we get right. All right, cool. Going straight. And I fell off. So now what we need to do is we need to check and see what's going on here. So move forward. If there's a path to the left, move left. If there's a path to the right, move right. But really what I want to say, if there isn't a path to the right, that means go forward, right? So move right. And if there isn't a path to the right, we want it to, again, move forward. Let's see what this does. I'm not sure. So it'll go up. We really need a fast forward button on this, but that's okay. We went left. Checking both ways. Went right. Went forward. It went right. Oh, it went right forward twice. Oh, that didn't work well. I think I have too many forwards in the beginning. Let's try this again. It'll move forward. It'll check. Move forward. And we got a little bit of, oh no. Okay, so this move forward here at the end is not helping here. So let's try this again. Move forward. It'll turn left. All right, so far so good. It'll turn left. Now it will turn right. And then it'll move forward. It will turn right, move forward, turn left, move forward. Okay, so we're going around in a circle here. Let's see if we don't get stuck in this loop. Uh-oh, we are stuck in a loop. Alrighty, So what I really need to do is say, all right, if you turn left, I want you to move forward right after that. And if you turn right, I really want you to move forward after that too. See if that does anything. So we're going to say, all right, turn left and move forward. And we're going to go turn left and move forward. And we're going to say, we are stuck on this if path ahead. No! So we got to move this whole thing. And this is why this is a complicated one. It's not super easy. So if I say first, if there's a path ahead to the left, move left and move forward. See, it's even saying, hey, this is really tough, you know, so it's a toughie. And I got kicked out. Let's try this again. So I'm going to say, oh, lovely, it erased on my block. So I'm going to say, all right, well, if there's a path to the left, I want it to move left. And move forward. If there's a path to the ahead, though, I want it to move forward. And then I want to say, but if there isn't a path ahead, I want it to check. Hey, is there a path to the right? And if there is, move right. All right, let's see what this does. And we got stuck here. Oh, because I didn't put it inside a repeated till. And turn left, forward. Great. Perfect. Perfect. Moving right. Moving forward. Moving forward. Moving forward, and then to the right. Moving forward. All right, so far so good. And if I look at this, it looks like I'm going to get stuck right here. Let's see if this is the case, but I believe so. We're moving here, and if you are out there and you're doing number 10, level 10, and you get stuck right here, if we think about it, what do we want the character to do here? We want him to just turn around. We want him to turn left twice, right? And so we have this empty space here, and it goes perfectly right there. So now if I tell it to turn left twice, it should be able to move forward. Let's see if it works. And this is how you can solve level 10, I believe. And we're right on time. Alrighty. Looks good. We get stuck in this spot here, and then the double left, and we're good to go. Turns left here. It's going to turn left here. It's going to turn left up there, and then it'll turn right, and we will get there. So this, everybody, is how you solve level 10 if you've ever been stuck out there. Twitch users, I hope you enjoyed that, because, you know, this is straight gaming right here. And coding at the same time. So everybody out there playing this game right now, I'd like you to take a break really quick. Because I wanted to go over some of the main elements of this, right? Some of the main elements that you were dealing with. And the first thing that you kind of learned in this is that the blocks fit together a certain way. So the blocks will fit inside of each other, and they will fit on top of each other. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there's these things called loops in coding. And loops are when we have instructions that get repeated and repeated until a certain condition is met. Right? In this case, that certain condition is until the character gets to the end little like point, right? Other thing, we learned about conditionals, right? These blocks are called conditional blocks, right? What are they? Well, they are actions that will only happen under certain conditions. And that's where the word conditionals come from, right? Pretty good one, conditionals, and you're going to be using them a lot. They use Boolean statements, which somebody was typing earlier, Boolean somewhere, that's great. And the last thing to keep in mind is that blocks work in order. And our code works in order. It's going to execute the first thing, followed by the next thing, followed by the next thing, and that's really important to know too. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let you take a little break. We've been working for about an hour. Maybe you gotta run to the restroom, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. So I'm gonna put 5 minutes on the timer. All right, and here's what you're gonna do. You can go ahead and get some more water, take a little break if you need to. And if you have extra time, take a little survey. It's really short, 5 questions. tinyurl.com/Lieber survey. It's pretty great URL if I do say so myself, Lieber survey. If you take the survey, you'll go into a raffle, and the person who wins the raffle will get my second course for free. I'll send you a promo code, and you can have the whole second course for free, where you're going to learn about the painting app, which is an app that you can draw on, and you're going to learn about the timer app, which is an app that uses loops. So it's a pretty good app. I'm going to throw 5 minutes on the timer. Feel free to take a little break right now, get some water, and we'll meet up right after. See you soon. Hey everybody! So we are back, and I hope you were able to take that survey. If not, there's still time at the end to take the survey to still be able to win the second course for free. So I'm going to talk for a little bit because I want to explain a little bit how we're going to be coding, all right? So hey Manjeet, good to see you all. Nice. We got some good people. We are streaming on a lot of channels. This is going to be great. So we are going to be using a programming language called Thunkable. And I know there are a lot of programming languages out there. Thunkable uses what we call a visual programming language. It looks like this, where you're able to put blocks together, just like we did in that last game, to build really functionable iPhone and Android apps. So it's pretty cool. So we're using thunkable.com. This is what the code looks like. And what can you build with Thunkable? You can build some pretty cool apps. You could build health and wellness apps, calculators, location-based apps, games, reference apps, music apps, internet-based apps, shopping apps, and you could put advertisements in your apps, and you could figure out a way to, actually you can get a way to get paid for those advertisements too. So it's pretty cool. So is Thunkable free? Yes and no, and they've been changing it a little bit more, so it's a good time to get a Thunkable account. It is free for up to 10 public projects. Okay, really important to note there. All of the projects that you make in Thunkable are not private unless you get the pro account. That's important because if you're going to be building a big, important app that's like secretive, you don't want anybody to know about it until it comes out, then you're going to really want to make sure you pay for the pro account. But if you're just building something for yourself or to learn coding, then you can definitely still get the free account. You can have 200 megabytes of account storage. It'll have the Thunkable app branding, and you can test pro components like AdMob. Now, if you decided to go with the pro account, I am not affiliated with Thunkable. They have a pro account, and actually I think they have a promo code running this weekend for Labor Day weekend, but you can publish a mobile web app. So not only just apps on iPhones or Androids, but you can actually build a web browser web app. So that's pretty cool too. There's also unlimited private and public projects. You could have a gig of storage, personalized app branding. You can test, build, and publish pro components, and you can publish to the iOS and the Play Store too. So it's pretty cool. But the free version works totally fine. I have the free version, but I got it in when did I get it? In January of a while ago. And I have a couple more extra things just because I got it so long ago. But let's go ahead and get you all to make an account. So if you're out there and you're trying to make some apps today, go ahead and head over to thunkable.com, sign in with Google. If you don't have a Google account, go ahead and make one. So go to thunkable.com. The link's also in the description. Thunkable.com, that's thunkable.com. I'm going to put this timer on for about 2.5 minutes or so. Go ahead to thunkable.com and make an account. All right, so we're going to go and make an account here. Thunkable.com. So if you go to Thunkable's website, it looks like this. You're going to hit sign up if you've never made an account with them before, and you can sign up with your Google. I'm already signed in. I've got a ton of projects. Sign in with your Google account, and we'll be going over it in about 2 minutes. So if you're joining us right now, head over to thunkable.com. We're going to build some Android and iPhone apps. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I got my phone here. I'm ready to build. And I've got my phone here hooked up to my laptop. So you should be able to see my phone screen right here if it's connected. Hey, there it is. So when I do things on my phone, you see them happen on the computer. So that's how that works. Cool. One more minute to go ahead and make an account at thunkable.com. One more minute. Just giving people some time out there. Maybe you need to grab a bite to eat really quick. You got a solid minute. All right, looks like we got 2 people live on Instagram. Thank you, my Instagrammers. This actually works out well on Instagram because you can have your phone over here and then you can have your computer over here and you can just like look at your phone and while doing stuff on your computer. So it actually kind of works out pretty well. We lost Manjeet. He seems like a really Manjeet seems like a nice guy. All right, 24 seconds, and then we're gonna start building this app. Looks like they killed my live on Instagram. I'm not sure why, but I'm gonna go live again. Alrighty, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started. To start things off, I just want to give you a really short overview, like a demo of Thunkable and how it looks and how it all works. And then we're going to start building a pretty fun app. So to get started here, whenever you get into Thunkable, it usually looks like this. It's got some squares and it's got this square here to create a new app. They added this new list view over here. So if you click this button right here, you can click the list view button and it'll show your apps in a list. You don't have any apps because you just made an account. But if you want to create a new account, or create a new app, you hit the create new app and you give it a name. I'm going to call this demo because I've done a couple demos on this already. So I've got this awesome looking screen here. And as you can see in the middle, I've got the phone in the middle. And this is actually what the phone will look like that we're coding, all right? Am I a little too loud? I can turn it down a little bit. Is that a little better, Karina? Let me know. Thank you for letting me know. It might be too loud on Instagram, but you know, that might be the case. Let me know, Karina. All right. Anyways, so we've got this phone screen here. On the left-hand side, we have components that we can add to our phone screen. These components, and you can move these bars up and down if you need more space. These components are things like buttons, right? Which is something you can click on, right? A button, right? And we just drag them in. Labels, so I can just drag this label in. I could drag in a text input, which is just like a text box, right? And I can drag these here to change their orders. And if this is kind of glitchy, you can also drag them over here because they also live over here. So I could drag this up, right, and down, and I can move things here. Cool. On the right-hand side, we've got all of our properties. All right. So for example, text input is highlighted right now. So these are all of text input's properties, right? I can say, hey, let's make the hint, you know, what's your birth month, right? So I can change things in the properties and it'll change things to my components. I could change, like if I click on the button now, I can change the button's background color. I can make it yellow if I want to, right? And all these great things. The cool thing is, this is just what this app looks like. Now, if I go over here to the blocks that's in this corner over here, I can click on blocks and I can start coding some of these things. And you can see all the components that I've added, excuse me, are over here at the bottom, all of them. So we've got the label, the button, the text input. We can even see the screens component, and the screen has its own properties too. And we can say to code things, all right? So I just wanted to give you a little brief little like overview, because now we're gonna start to build our own app, all right? So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we're gonna build is we're gonna build this really cute cat app, right? It's beautiful, it's very cute, right? And you can pet the cat and it'll go meow. It's like adorable, right? It's like, who wouldn't like that except for dog lovers, you know, then they wouldn't want that. And like I said, you actually don't need to download anything. All the files are found at yellkey.com/station, right? If you go to that link, it'll take you here, right? And when you get here, you'll see all the files down here. And what's really cool about Thunkable is Thunkable can stream files from the internet. It does not need to have downloaded files. So I'll show you exactly how to do that in a second if you can't download anything wherever you're at, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build this little app that's going to pretty much have a cat. We're going to pet it and it'll go meow. So if we look at this app, there's two major components, all right? The first component is this little label right here. Let me zoom this in for the people out there. And that little label right here says pet the cat. So that's pretty easy. We're just going to add a label and make it say pet the cat. The next thing that we need is a button, and that button has a certain background image, right? And we can go ahead and use that. So let's go and see if we can do this, all right? So I'm going to go to Thunkable. I'm going to make a new project. I'm going to call it, pet the cat, because that's what we're doing here. We're petting the cat. And when I get to this screen, the first thing I need to add, if you recall, is this label here at the top that says pet the cat. So I'm just going to go over here on the left-hand side. There's one called label. And you can also search for components, but it's a second from the top. It's called label. I'm just going to drag that in and drop it on my screen. All right, that's the key thing. Drag it in and drop it on your screen. And now we have it saying label on the screen. We can change this, and we can change the text right here. If you see on the right-hand side, once it's selected, you can change the text. And the text, you can change it to be pet the cat. Cool. Let's give it some exclamation marks. Why not? Cool. Pet the cat. Awesome. So now the next thing that I need is I need this cat. But this cat isn't really a cat. It's a button with the cat's image on top of it, right? That's really important. So we're going to need to find a button. The button's the first item right here. So we can go ahead and drag this button in. And if you do what I did, you'll notice the button went above the label. We want it to go below the label. So I can go ahead and just drag this button and bring it below the label here. Now, if that doesn't work for you, like it didn't work for me there, you can always drag it from this corner here, and you can move it below the label, and it'll do that as well. Now, we need to get this cat image here. So if you haven't already, head over to yellkey.com/station, and you have two options. You can either, one, download this cat.jpg image by hitting the download button here, or if you can't download something because of where you're at, you can right-click on it, and you could click copy link address. So it's up to you. If you've got a computer at home that allows you to download things, go ahead and download it. But if you can't download it or you want to save some space, go ahead and hit copy link address. Right? Once you copy the link's address here, you can go over to your Thunkable, and you can go to your button, and if you're in your button, you'll see it says background picture, no file source. We can click on it and say we want to type in the URL. We're going to erase this, and we're going to paste. So you can either do Control V, Command V, or you can just right click and hit paste. When we do that and hit enter, we see our cat kind of in there. Kind of, if you look really closely, you'll see that cat up there. That's not very good, right? Let's make this cat look a little bit better. So what we're going to need to do is adjust the size or the height and the width of our cat. Not too bad here. So we can go to height right here, and we can say, hey, what do we want to do? Well, what we really want to do is say, because nowadays these phones are all different sizes, so we can nicely say, hey, we want to set it to a certain percentage of the screen. So how much of the screen do we want it to take? Well, we can erase fill contents, and I can type in something like, maybe like 80% of the screen. Whoa, so now we've got the height figured out, and you can see the cat a little bit better. So all I did there is I changed the height to relative size, and then I made it 80%. I just erased what was in there, and I put 80%. And please let me know if you need any help out there, if I'm moving too fast or moving too slow. So now that I've got it going at 80%, I need to also change the width. The width also needs to be like around 80%. Actually, thinking about it, it could be 100% because I don't mind if it takes up the entire screen. That's totally okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, all right, the width, same thing, relative size, and we're going to change it to be 100%. There we go. Nice, we've got a cat. Now there's a couple like glitchy looking things here. One, we've got this text here that says button, right? No, Alcazar, not everybody here is one of my students. I finished teaching public school last year, so I have some public school students that just jumped in. But good question, good question. So let's get rid of this button text. And if we go over here to text, we can just select all this and hit backspace. And that will erase all of our button text. So just for those of you who missed that, it said button over here. And what we want to do is we want to get rid of this button text because we don't want to say it here. So I'm just going to highlight all this and I'm just going to hit backspace. And that'll erase the buttons text. The other issue that you might notice is there's some blue. Unless you love the color blue, you can keep it. But I'm going to get rid of that color blue. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click on it. And I can either hit this X right here, or I can click this button, which is like a transparent color. So there we go. And now we have our app. Very, very cool. Now, 2 ways we can test this, all right? The first way that we can test it is you can go to preview right here, and it'll test your app. This is what our app looks like. The other thing you can do is you can open up your smartphone, and you don't even need to be on the same Wi-Fi network. Actually, that's a different app. Let's see if I can open this up. So you're going to go over here to live test. You click this live test button. I've got my phone right here. You hit live test, and it will make what's on your screen show up. So right now our app does absolutely nothing. It's just pretty. That's nice. So let's actually make it do something. So what do we want this app to do? Well, if we go back and think about it, we really just want it so that when this button is clicked, when this cat is pressed, we want some sound to play. We want this cat to meow, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to need to give it a tool that can allow it to make sound, right? And that's just a component. So if I go over here to add a component and I scroll down all the way to a section called voice, you'll see that there's a sound component here. So I'm just going to drag that into the screen. Drag that into the screen and you drop it and you'll see the sound components right here. Cool. So just for those of you who might have missed that, I'm going to delete this really quick and I'm going to add it again. So you find the sound and you're just going to drag that in and you're going to drop it. Great. So now we've got the sound component here. So what we need to do now is say, hey, cat, I want you to make a sound. I want you to make this meow sound. So if you go to my files that I gave to you, you can go ahead and find the cat meow.wave file. All right, so let's go ahead and get this file. So I'm just going to right click here and I'm going to hit copy link address. And I'm going to go back to my Thunkable. And now that I'm selecting my sound, I can change its source. And I can just hit type in URL and I can now paste the URL. Cool. So now what we're going to do is we need to now code this so that when the cat is clicked, the sound will play, all right? So that's the key thing here. When the cat is clicked, the sound will play. So if you haven't already, head over to blocks over here. And we can say, hey, this cat, which is called button 1, when button 1 is clicked, let's make it play. So we're going to go to blocks here, and I'm going to go over here to button 1. And when button 1 is clicked, I want this sound to play. So I can go to sound 1 and just hit play. Cool. So let's test this. So I'm going to hit live test over here. I'm going to run it on my phone. And let's see if this works. Put the sound up here. Are we getting any sound? We're getting sound here. Volume might not be up. I think we're getting some sound. Maybe we're getting some sound. We're definitely getting some sound on this end. That's good. This side might need to be refreshed. That's okay. I'll refresh it. All right, so we got some sound. Not bad. Now what we need to do is we need to step this up a notch. So our next kind of thing is, you know what? The cat shouldn't only be meowing. If you shake the cat, it should be able to hiss at you. You know, that's really what we want, right? So if we shake the cat, it's gonna hiss. So what we need to do is we need to get this accelerometer component. Pretty simple to do. If we go back to Thunkable, we're gonna head back to our designer. And I'm gonna go ahead and add a accelerometer. Now I'm here in the add components area. I'm going to scroll down here. Scroll down, and it's going to be, I believe, under sensors. Sensors. And here you see the accelerometer. All right. And if you're at home by yourself, feel free to just say accelerometer. It's a kind of long word, but let's go ahead and grab it. So we're going to grab it, and I'm going to just drop it right here into the middle of the screen. And we have the accelerometer. And if we look at the properties, the accelerometer can tell whether or not the phone is being shook, right? So if I click here, I can change the sensitivity, right? So what I want to do is I want to make it really sensitive, right? That's essentially what I want. I really want to make it sensitive so that, you know, if I shake it, if it's shaking at all, even a little bit, the cat should just hiss, all right? So now what I need to do is I have two options. I can either say, hey, in the blocks, I need to say change the source and then play the hissing sound, or the easiest way is I could just say, let's just grab another sound. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to grab another sound because this sound is going to play the hissing sound. So I'm going to go over to my sound, which is found under voice, and I'm going to grab this sound block and I'm going to throw it into here. So now I have sound 1 and sound 2. Now that's going to get confusing, all right? So what we can do is we can go ahead and rename. So I can hit rename up here, and I can call this the hiss sound, all right? So now I need to grab the source for this hiss sound. That's also in that little website. So if I go to this website right here, I can find the hiss.wave. I can go ahead and right click here, and I can say, hey, copy the link address. So I just right clicked and copy the link address. Or if you want, you can download the file. You can head over to Thunkable and you could actually upload the file. Up to you. This time I'm going to upload it, and I'm going to choose the hiss wave. All right. And now what I need to do is code this. I need to say, hey, in the blocks, you know, when we shake the app or shake the phone, we want the hiss sound to play. So that's found under accelerometer. I need to say, hey, when the accelerometer is shaking, I need you to play the hiss sound. And let's see if this works. All right, so I'm going to see if I can open up a new movie recording here. It's grabbing my phone, perfect. All right, I'm going to live test again. Great, turn the volume up here. It's like that doesn't want to play any sounds. This doesn't want to play any sounds. Let's do one quick check here. I found a bug recently that the name of files cannot have spaces in them. So let's see if that's doing it. Could be doing it. And let's see. Hey! Okay, we're getting some sounds here. And then if I shake it. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. Oh, it's because my file name changed. So let's go ahead and erase this. Right? The source is now called hisswave. Let's try it again. It did not like that, right? You hear that? It's hissing. My Instagram live people, you can't hear it, but it's hissing. Yeah, it's totally hissing. Cool. So we're doing pretty well over here. It looks like it made a movie recording. My bad. That's okay. So the next thing that we're going to be doing, so let me know if you need any help with that. Looks like people are good in the chat here, at least on the YouTube side. And I can pretty much see all the chats, so we're pretty good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to step this up a notch, right? What we want to do now is add a slider. And the slider is going to control the volume of our app, which is going to be pretty sweet. So that way, you know, we can, you know, even though if the cat is hissing, we can turn the volume down, which is a lot easier than life. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a slider component. So slider components are also found under user interface. It's right here. I'm going to drag it. It's called the slider. It's like the 7th from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like the 8th from the top. Slider, and I'm going to just drag it in right here. So we got the slider component. And if we look at its properties, it's got the minimum value, so that's how far to the left the slider can go. The maximum value, that's how far to the right it can go. The current value, or the value, that's where it is. And the step, that's how much it goes each time. So volume, the way volume works is it starts at 0 and it goes all the way to 100. So we kind of want our volume control to do that too. So I'm going to say, all right, max volume is 100. All right, and if it starts at 5, yeah, it should start right over there. And now I need to figure out the coding part, which might seem scary because you're like, wait, I don't know where everything is. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm going to walk you through it. Everything's going to be fine. What we're going to do is we're going to head over to our block section, and we have our slider right here. And the big event that happens is when the slider's value changes. All right, so you can go ahead and grab this block because this is what's going to happen. We're going to say, hey, every time the slider value changes, it spits out this value. Right? It spits out a little block called value. So I change the block, I change the slider, and boom, it spits out a new thing. I change the slider, and it spits out a new value. So what do I want to do with this new value? And you can just drag it, and it has like an infinite number inside of it, right? So what needs to change? Well, I need to change the sound's volume. So if I go to the sound component, I can actually change the sound's volume. And I can change it to whatever I want. What I want to change it to, though, is whatever is clicked, or whatever is the current value of the slider. So I can just grab this value block, and I can put it here instead of the 0. For those of you who might have missed that, you can just grab this value block and put it here instead of the 0. So now every time the slider changes, the value should change. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. I have my phone right here. I'm going to go ahead and play it. See if we can get some sound. Oh, I have to hit the sound up here. Let's see that. So we get some sound here. Shake it. It's hissing, but you know, now I don't want to listen to that. So let's see if this works. Oh, let's refresh this. Is it getting quieter? Is it getting louder? And notice too, if we change sound 1's volume, we also need to change the hissing volume too, because we want the hiss to also be whatever the value is too, right? Let's go ahead and run this again. See if we can get these things to work. Let's change it. So, oh, it's completely silent now. Move it over a little bit. It's quiet. Move it over a little more. Louder. And now it's just an annoying cat, right? And if I shake it, loud, quiet. So we've got our first little app here. It's pretty cool. All right, so not too bad, not too bad. So the next thing that we're gonna do, and we're moving at a really great case here, is if you realize this app that we have here, it's kind of got a little issue. If I'm the user, I don't know what the slider does. You never tell me what the slider does. So what I need to do here is think about the user interface, right? And this is a big career option for any of you out there. Oh, and we got the cat going off because I dropped it, sorry. So this is a really good career opportunity for any of you out there if you like designing user interfaces. So you might be thinking, what is a user interface? Well, there's users and developers, right? Users are people who use certain softwares. Developers are people who develop the software that you use. So the user interface is the way that the human interacts with the technology. So for example, Spotify has a user interface, right? We go to Facebook, it has a certain user interface. We go to Twitch, it has a different user interface. We go to Instagram, it's a different user interface, right? And it needs to be intuitive enough so that the user knows exactly what to do. And there are whole jobs where you can just design what the screen looks like. You don't even have to do the big coding part, just designing what the screen looks like. Those are jobs called user experience designers, that kind of stuff. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna add a minus button and a plus button here, all right? So that we can control the volume of our slider. Now, if you haven't noticed already, Thunkable stacks things on top of each other. Like literally we'll just keep stacking things on top of each other, and they won't put it next to each other. It will only stack things on top of each other. Never next, only on top. So how are we going to get things to go next to each other? Well, we can use this really cool component called a row component. All right. So we're going to use this row component, and we're going to use some labels so that we can have the minus button be at the left side and the plus button be at the right side so that the user knows what this is going to do. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So if I go over here and I look at my designer, right, the first thing I want to do is grab a row component. So a row component is found under layout. So I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to go to the layout here, and you'll see that there's a row component. Great. So I'm going to grab this row component and throw it into my screen. And you'll notice you get a big block of row right here. It's pretty cool. But what we want to do is we want to have these components inside of the row so that they can go next to each other. So I'm going to drag this and I'm going to put it inside of the row. Now, this can be hard to do if you do it in the designer like I'm trying to do. So I also recommend here, if you just grab this slider and you can put it inside of the row where you have the line up there, you see the line up there on the left side, you can drop it right there and it'll go inside of the row. Now what I need is two labels. One label on the left side and one label on the right side, one to be a minus and one to be a plus. So I'm going to go and just scroll up over here to the label part. And I'm going to drag in these labels. So I'm just going to click and drag, and I'm going to try to put it right here on the left side. And notice I put it on the left side, pretty good. And on the right side, I'm going to grab another one and put it on the right side. Cool. And for these labels, I want the left side one to be a minus sign or a dash, so I can put a minus there. And the right side of the label to be a plus sign or a plus. Now let's preview this to see what it looks like. And it looks pretty good, except for my slider kind of goes over it, right? So what we can do is we can adjust the width of our slider. So if I go to the slider component, so I have it selected here, I can scroll down here and go to width, and I can change it from being 90% to something like maybe 80%. Let's preview it. So we do 80% now. Yeah, you can pretty much see it pretty well. It works okay. We have some space on the sides. Not bad. Now what also I could do is after this minus sign, I can put maybe like 3 spaces, and that might give it a little bit more space over there. And this plus sign, I can give it some spaces before it too. Or I can put labels in between it, and that actually worked out really well. Yeah, so we got some room there. Good. So now we've improved our user interface. All right, so that's really, really important. Part 4 is pretty epic. What we're gonna do is we can use the camera on our phone. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a button where you can take a picture, and you take a picture, and then it'll make that picture be whatever the background image is. So we can change this image, essentially. Nice, Dylan, I could probably follow you back on Insta. Thanks for asking. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the comments. We got a really good group of people out here. We got a really good group of people out here. They're chatting it up. That's good. Looks like they're happy and they're learning how to code all at the same time, so it's all good. So if we got that over here, let's go ahead and let's make this picture thing happen. So the first thing I'm going to need to add is this take a picture button. So I'm going to go over here to Thunkable, and I'm going to drag in another button. So I'm going to go to the button here, and I'm just going to drag it in. And we have our button here. And I'm going to say, take a picture. So all I did is under the text here, I'm just changing its text to be take a picture. Cool. So now that I have it saying take a picture, right, this button is called button 2, and I have another button called button 1. That can get kind of confusing pretty quickly. So what we need to do is we're going to need to rename our button. Really easy to do. I'm just going to click on the take a picture, and I'm going to change its name by clicking the rename button right up here. So if I click rename right up here, I can go ahead and change its name. So I'm going to call it take pick button. All right, cool. And whatever you rename your components to, just make sure it's something that you know what it is. So now I know that when I click the picture button, I want it to take a picture. The other thing we're going to need here is a camera component. because the camera component is going to give us a chance to take a photo. So to do that, we need to find the camera component, and I believe it's under sensors, but don't quote me on that one. Let's see if it's here. It's under image, it's under camera. So if you go to the image component, we can just drag in this camera component here. Once you drag it in, it'll show up here at the bottom. Cool. So again, all I did is I grabbed the camera and I just dragged it into my screen. Great. So now that we have the camera in the screen, you would think, oh yeah, it'll just work, right? No, we never coded this button to take a picture. So that's what we need to do now is say, hey, let's code this button. So when we click this take pic button, we need to have the camera start, taking pictures. So let's go to the blocks here and see if we can figure this out. So what I'm going to do is let's start off with the event. And the event is when we click the take pic button, right? So I'm going to find this take pic button that I made, and I'm going to say, hey, when we click it, it's pretty good. When we click the take pic button, what do we want to do? Well, I wanted to, take a photo with the camera. So I'm going to go over here to the camera, and there's actually a block that says take photo. It's my only option, so that makes life easy. If I grab it, it'll bring up this, right? And we see that it'll take the picture and it has some outputs. It has the photo, the actual photo that you took. It has an answer. Hey, did the user cancel? Because you can do things if the user did cancel. And if there's an error message, it'll push out an error message. So now we need to do is think, well, so let's just run it right now. Why not? So we'll hit live test here. I got my phone right here. And if I'll hit live test again, great. And you can see my phone screen here. Looks like it's not live testing the right one because I don't see my button. Let's see. Sometimes you need to delete or erase it, close the app and reopen it. Let's see what's going on here. Live test, opening it up. It's logging in. And now we have the right one. Great. So now if I hit take a picture, it'll ask me if I want to access the camera. And I do. So I'm going to say, okay. And if it'll ask me for my photos too, I'll say, okay. And now I can take a picture. I take a photo and I hit use photo. It does nothing because we didn't tell it what to do with that photo. So now I'm going to go ahead and tell it what to do with that photo. With this photo right here, the photo that was taken, we want to make it whatever this background image is for button 1. So we can just say, hey, whatever button 1, so I can go to button 1's blocks, and I can find the background image or the background picture, and I can set it to, so I just went to button 1, I scroll down to background picture, dragged it in, and I put it inside of this then do, and I can set its picture to be the photo that was taken. So just in case you missed that, I can make its picture be this photo here. I can just drag it. It's like infinite blocks and put it in here. Cool. So now if I test out my app, I can hit take photo. I can take a picture. I can hit use picture. And then if everything goes as planned, which sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, let me refresh this because sometimes it just needs to be refreshed a couple times, especially when you're doing these things. We got a background picture. Let's take a picture here. Let's take a photo. Use photo. And we're still not working, so, when in doubt, close the app, open it up again. This might happen a couple times. All right, we can play some sounds here. I can hit take a picture. I can take a photo. I can hit use photo, and it will use that photo. The people out there didn't see it, but yes. And if I hit take a picture again, and this time I take a selfie, yes, there's a green screen behind me. Now myself becomes the background. Pretty cool, right? So we got a pretty cool little app over here. It's not bad, not bad. Now there's one more thing that we can do to bring it to the next level. We can add a hidden screen that shows us all the pictures of cats that appear on Google Images. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a picture. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a screen by hitting this little plus button. We're going to use the web viewer component to show cats in Google Images. Cool? And then we're going to get to the screen by long clicking on the cat. So it'll be like a hidden feature, all right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to first think about, all right, well, when this cat is long pressed, we want it to go to another screen. So let's go ahead and make the other screen really quick. I'm going to just hit this plus button here, and Thunkable did a really great job of making this easy. We have our second screen. That was easy. You just hit the plus button right here. So now that you have the plus button up there, we have our second screen. In the first screen, we want to say, well, when that cat is long pressed, right? Or that button 1 has been long clicked, which is an event. So when button 1 has been long clicked, what we want to do is go to screen 2. Where can you find that? Well, all of these blocks right here, I like to call them built-in blocks. All of these blocks are things that we can use in our apps, like things like math. We can use logical statements. We can use conditionals. And what we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to navigate to different screen. So we're going to grab this navigate to found under control, navigate to. And once you grab that, we're going to change it to screen 2. So now in my app, with my funny face on it, I'm going to refresh it. I'm going to press and hold on the cat. And it still hasn't figured out that I'm doing that, so I'm just going to, close the app, open it up again, live test, have it load up. It's loading up. And we've got the app on here. Long press here, and it goes to the second screen. Now, there's nothing on our second screen, but it does go to the second screen. So far, so good. So now what we need to do is say, hey, now I don't want you to just go to the second screen. I want there to be something on the second screen. And there's a really cool component that'll show the web on there. So I can say, hey, bring up this web viewer. So it's here under user interface. We can grab the web viewer. And you don't see anything right now, but it's just like a web viewer sitting there. And we can say, hey, go to a URL here. Now, what URL do we want it to go to? Well, I'm just going to open up another tab and type in cats. And I'm going to go to images. And I'm going to grab this URL here at the top. I'm going to copy it. And if you want to just get it too, you can just copy it here. Cats, it's also the same exact one in the files website. And I'm going to just paste that right here. And I know it shows up like this, but it's not going to show up like that on your phone. So let's go ahead and give it a shot and see if this works. All right, I'm going to hit live test here. We're live testing. I'm going to press and hold on the cat. And I need to force close this and reopen it. Let's try it one more time here. Live test here. It will show up on my phone. And now press and hold here. Goes here. And we see lots of images of cats, which used to be really cool until you see the images from the movie Cats, and you're like, what is going on here? So, yeah. So we got some cats. Oh, and I'm hiding this phone screen here. Yeah, we've got some cats here. I'm just scrolling through the cats images. Cool. So the only thing now to do is to add a button to get back, because we want to get back to the app that we were just in, right? Or back to the screen here. So I'm going to go to screen 2. We're just going to add a button at the top. So I'm going to grab the button here. And I think a lot of you are starting to get the hang of it, which is awesome. I'm just going to grab the button here, and we're going to drag it. And hopefully it'll go to the top. It might go to the bottom. It doesn't really matter too much, because all we want it to do is, and you can actually drag it here. It might be easier. There we go. We've got a button. Here he is. Our button. So now our button, we can rename this, and we can call this, like back to screen 1 button. So we've got this back to screen 1 button. And now what we need to do is let's change this text and say like go back. And then we can go to blocks here. And we're just going to say, hey, when this back to screen 1 button is clicked, so that's just under the blocks, screen 2, back to screen 1 button is clicked, we want to go back to screen 1. That block is found under control, and we can say navigate back to screen 1. And if I force close this and reopen it and live test, Let's see if it works. So we've got the cat meowing. We've got it hissing. We can change the volume, right? I can take a picture, take a photo here of, sure, this light here. Why not? Take a photo of that light there, and use the photo. The photo will then become the image. Cool. I can press and hold on this, and it'll take me to the other screen where it'll show me all these pictures of cats. And if I want, I can click go back here, and it'll take me back to that other screen. Very, very cool. And that pretty much does it. So that's going to be like a soft introduction here into Thunkable, into a little bit of what the course that I offer has inside of it. It's pretty cool, it's a pretty cool little app here that we made. Now, this app is very simple, obviously, and you can do some really impressive things. So, for example, what we're going to do in the first course, which you can take right now if you want, you can go to LibreTeacher.com. You're going to learn, again, how the blocks fit together. You're going to build more mini apps. These apps are going to show you really cool things, like you can learn how to use the speech to recognition app, which is pretty cool. You can take a photo of an object too, and it'll tell you what that object is, which is really impressive. You're going to also get a chance to make an online website portfolio, which a lot of my students have made before, who are in the chat right now. You're going to learn about conditionals, so if statements, you're going to use conditionals, and you're going to build and design a soundboard app. If you really like this course, right, then you could go ahead and take the second course, all right? And then the second course, you're going to make a really cool painting app where you can draw on the screen, and then after that, you can make a really cool timer app. And then if you really like that course and want to take the course after that, which is coming soon, that course, you're going to be building your first game. All right, so we kind of build up on each other. These are all really important computer science concepts that you have to know. And it's going to translate into any other programming that you want to do. So let's say you want to learn Python or Java or JavaScript or Ruby after this. All of these concepts will build off of each other, and they'll also translate into these other languages. Because what this really does well is it shows you how to think like a computer scientist. So next steps, like I said at the beginning, option one, if you really like this, you can go to LibreTeacher.com right now, and you can take the first course completely for free. And you're going to start off on the part that says how certain blocks fit together. Option two is, I like this, but you know what? I don't think I could do this by myself. I don't think I could just go to the video and watch the videos. It's not my thing. Well, you can either A, get private lessons from me, or B, find a group of friends and start a group, and then you can get group lessons from me, and I give a group discount for that too. Usually 4 people is like the max. We could go to 5 or 6, but just letting you know, 4 people is like usually after that, it's kind of hard to help everybody at the same time. But it's a pretty cool system. Usually takes about, if we do 6 hours a week, it takes about 4 or 5 weeks to finish all of the courses. So it's pretty cool. And you can find that at LibreTeacher.com/services. Option 3 is like, this was fun, but I think I can go more advanced. Go for it. Code.org is a great lesson on JavaScript, but if you want to learn Python or any of that stuff, Code Academy has a pretty good course as long as you don't, you're okay without any videos. Code Academy has that, or just Google. Feel free to just go to Google. And last but not least, you might be like, this is fun, but you know what? I don't like it. That's okay. You don't have to like it. Feel free to share this with a friend, though, who might be interested in learning some of this. All right? And if you can, at the end, take this survey. The survey is found over here at, what is it found at? It's found at tinyurl.com/LibreSurvey. And if you take the survey, you'll be enrolled into a raffle to get the second course completely for free. All right, I'll just email you a promo code, and then you can put the promo code in, and you can get access to the course. So thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure teaching all of you. It was a pleasure talking to all my previous students. They seem like they're super interested in this stuff, which is awesome. Thank you, Instagram, for joining me. My people out on Instagram. Looks like we got Grapeson out there still there. Thank you so much. Hey, Lil Huddy Skid. Next live stream, I'm not sure. I might go next Thursday. It might be the Thursday after that. but we had some pretty good success here today. So I want everybody to take care, stay safe out there. Let me know if you need any help. I might or might not be playing Fortnite. To my students out there who might want to jump in on a Fortnite game after this, feel free to look for me. I'm Libra Teacher. We'll be talking very, very soon. Take care and be safe, y'all. Be safe during this time, all right? Thank you so much for joining. I have a lot of gratitude for all the people out there who hung with this. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope this helped, and feel free to send me a message. Hey, Chloe, take care. Hey, Dexter. I'm not sure who you are, Dexter, but pretty cool. Take care, everybody, and we'll be talking. Bye-bye.